A chóirde. Bhailam ar sunna Hulscola Fáilte Corróh Galéir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marie Conrad Johnson, and along with my colleague Brian Nolan, we're the Masters of Ceremonies. And on behalf of the University, we'd like to welcome you all today to today's convocation of Dublin City University, which is about to begin. Today's convocation booklet shows the order of the ceremony which follows. We hope you will take this booklet with you as a souvenir of what's an important and enjoyable occasion for all our graduates, their guests, and the staff of the university. We celebrate the achievement of every single graduate of the university. We realise, however, that applauding as every graduate is presented to the President can be quite tiring. So could I suggest that instead we follow the lead of the Executive Dean reading out the names, who will pause at intervals for applause. In the unlikely event that an emergency evacuation of the building is required, I would ask that you please notice the emergency exit nearest to you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of an evacuation, please remain calm and comply with the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the assembly point in front of the Helix. I would ask at this time that everyone check now that mobile phones are switched off. We know everyone wants to get a photograph of the big moment, but please do stay seated and do not block the aisles. We really hope you enjoy our event today, and I will be grateful if those of you who can, please rise for the DCU Anthem, accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Sen and Don.
Son A Chancellor, a Uachtarán na Hulscoile, Scolóirí na Hulscoile, a Chéimeatha is a Córta go léir. Bháilim fáilte anmhór a chur roimh, chuig an ggóchorm seo chun céimeanna agus dúiseanna Ollscoil Cathairmhaile Ó Chlia Brunna. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates, honoured guests. My name is Professor Lisa Looney. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Registrar at DCU, and I'd like to welcome you all very warmly to today's convocation of Dublin City University to present degrees and awards. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards, which are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, those people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates and diplomas. The ceremony this morning has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of their programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduates here at DCU, where I hope they've had some fun and made good friends at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Anish, Bólan Medina Ella Ansha Churvur Láthir. I'd like to introduce to you my colleagues who will be involved in the ceremony. To the rear are guests, academics, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of the governing authority. To the front of the stage are Cathal Marley, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Keogh, President of DCU, and Philomena McMurrough, Director of Registry. On your left are the executive deans of the faculties of the university or their representatives. And on your right are the chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programmes from which graduates are being presented this morning. Today, we're delighted to welcome graduates of taught programmes from the DCU Institute of Education. We will now begin the formal presentation of graduates, and candidates from the DCU Institute of Education will be presented by the Interim Executive Dean, Dr. Anna Logan.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Education. I also present candidates who have successfully completed the Supplementary Award of Certificate in Religious Studies. Chloe Acton. Katie Allen. Katie Armand. Philip Anthony Thomas Behan. Roisin Antill. Mary Grace Arejola. Hannah Aspel. Helen Babiuk. Niamh Bailey. Lucy Bannister. Katie Ann Barrett. Lara Barry. Orlith Beatty. Dara Beer. Faith Bennett. Julianne Bergen. Laura Bergen. Natalia Białowieska. Jennifer Boland. Claire Bonner. Una Boylan. Sophie Bracken. Aoife Brady. Ruby Brady. Sophie Brady. Oisin Brannigan. Aoife Brennan. Quiva Brennan. Megan Brennan. Kira Breslin. Esther Bridcut Barry. Anna Briscoe. Nicole Buckley. David Butler Anderson. Hannah Butler Lynch. Killian Byrne. Dara Byrne. Erica Margaret Byrne. Jodie Emma Byrne. Amy Cahill. Sonia Andrea Kalugar. Bethany Canning. Alana Carolyn. We'll take a round of applause. Anya Cassidy. Cleena Cassidy. Connor Cassidy. Grania Cawley. Gemma Clark. Connor Clerkin. Sophie Clifford. Anna Eleanor Clough. Jenny Cole. Niamh Patricia Colfer. Danielle Rebecca Collier. Sarah Collins. Tierna Collins. David Collo. Eve Conlon. Porrick James Connery. Ciara Connolly. Rachel Connolly. Roisin Connolly. Claire Niamh Conroy. Molly Conway. Alana Charlotte Cook. Aoife Coonan. Kate Cooney. Grace Cousins. Lucy Coyne. Rebecca Craven. Shona Crean. Quiva Cronin. Owen Crowley. Ella Crudden. Alva Cryan. Killian Cullen. Ava Cunningham. Kate Cunningham. Killian Cunningham Gilday. Sarah Dalton. Alexandra Daly. Saoirse Daly. Rachel Danaher. Jennifer Davis. Leah De Silva W. Rory Colm Deehan. Sarika Deary. Owen Delahunty. Fergal Delaney. Sarah Delaney. Sarah Delaney. Kellyanne Dempsey. Fiona Emer Deneen. Emma Doherty. Emma Doherty. Kate Doherty. Laura Doherty. Caitlin Dolan. Shannon Dolan. Shannon Doohan. Abby Doran. Sophie Doran. Sarah Douglas. Rachel Dowling. Kira Downey. Ian Downey. Aveen Doyle. Fiona Doyle. James Doyle. Lauren Doyle. Megan Doyle. Sive Doyle. Sarah Doyle. Aisling Drum. Eva Dunleavy Deely. Aoife Dunn. Faye Dunn. Ronan Dwyer. Emma Eager. Laura Eakins. Aisling English. Muireann Louise English. Nadia Evans. Aisling Farrell. Josephine Farrelly. Kieran Fay. Sarah Feely. Roisin Feeney. Quiva Ferguson. Rachel Fitzpatrick. Cody Fitzsimons. Hannah Fitzsimons. Hannah Kate Fitzsimons. Fabienne Flanagan. Senan Forrestal. Rebecca Foster. Shauna French. Daniel Furlong. Emer Furlong. Alexandra Gaborczyk. Katrina Gallagher. Ellen Kate Gallagher. Hannah Gallagher. Aisling Gannon. Ellie Gargan. We'll give them a round of applause. Luke Garland. Holly Gifford. Louise Gill. Sophia Maria Gillooly. Emmett Goggins. Kate Gonley. Caroline Gormley. Erica Gormley. Eva Goff. Aoife Green. Quiva Guinan. Emily Ann Holton. Ellen Hannafin. Ruth Hanley. Laura Hayes. Scott Hayes. Sarah Hare. Nicole Hennessy. Cara Henry. Michaela Hernan. Emma Holohan. Cormac Paul Horan. Michael Hosey. Leo Howard. James Hughes. Gavin Ivory. Emma Janey. David Jolly. Aoife Jordan. Saoirse Joyce. Roisin Judge. Jasmine Camto. Aoife Kavanagh. Caitlin Kavanagh. Thomas John Keeley. Katie Carney. Niamh Carney. Emma Marie Keating. Ciara Keegan. Alana Keelan. Alana Kelly. Eddie Kelly. Lauren Kelly. Niamh Patricia Kelly. Sophie Kelly. Emma Kelly Higgins. Emma Kennedy. Kaylee Kennedy. Maeve Kennedy. Corinne Joanna Kenny. Shauna Keelty. Kate Kiley. I think we'll give them a round of applause. Orla Kiernan. Molly King. Nathan James Kingston. Emma Kinsella. Lucy Kinsella. Mardy Kinsella. Paige Kinch. Quiva Lambert. Sarah Larkin. Anne-Marie Lavelle. Ciara Lavelle. Amy Lawler. Saoirse Jane Lawler. Sean Lawler. Katie Leahy Harrington. Cathal Leddy. Eve Evelyn Lean. Mark Lenihan. Clodagh Lohan. Niamh Lohan. Dervla Loughran. Sarah Lowney. Zara Lowney. Emma Lynch. Joseph Maxivna. Saiv Mackey. Lily McGahey Buckley. Aoife Maguire. Megan Maguire. Eve Maloney. Niamh Mangan. Louise Maples Lawler. Siobhan Markey. Aaron Martin. Anna Martin. Laura Martin. Emma McAllister. Clodagh McBreen. Tara McCabe. Dervla McCaffrey. Aisling McCarthy. Hannah McCarthy. Niamh McCooey. Owen John McCormack. Ellen Rose McCourt. Katie McCullough. Quiva McDermott. Leona McDermott. Enda Kevin McDevitt. Roisin McDonough. Hayley MacDonald. Pierce MacDonald. Sarah MacDonald. Amy McDonnell. Sarah McDonnell. Vicky McDonnell. Jade McDowell. Rachel McGarry. Laura McGeehan. Louise McGinnity. Dervla McGonigal. Aoife Kate McKeown. Aoife Kate McGowan. Orla McGuigan. Aisling McGuinness. Aisling McGuinness. Louise McGuinness. Ava McKeown. Catherine McKeown. Cara Ann McLaughlin. Kim McLaughlin. Niall McLaughlin. Hazel McManus. Leonie McNamara. Roisin Mary McNamee. Emma Marie McNeese. Ciara Meehan. Aoife Mesco. Rachel Messett. Lauren Mills. Niamh Morahan. Aoife Mary Moran. Megan Moran. Redmond Moran. Shannon Moran. Eva Morris. Aoife Moss. Brona Mulholland. Ewan Mulligan. Ryan Mulligan. Ciara Mullen. Amy Murphy. Kate Murphy. Lucy Murphy. Dervla Murray. Evan Murray. Jessica Murray. Ella Murta. Ciara Naughton. Shifra Nivrian. Ella Nicochlin. Saoirse Nigauna. We'll give them another round of applause. Emma Nigalachor. Rihanna Nigalachor. Quillan Orlath Niwadigan. Rebecca Niwaron. Saoirse Ní Ógáin. Caoimhe Nicolic. Kayla Nolan. Cleana Joanne O'Brien. Katie O'Brien. Donal O'Byrne. Anya O'Connor. Anya O'Connor. Claire O'Connor. Hannah Alice O'Connor. Maria O'Connor. Rachel O'Connor. Sarah O'Connor. Dervla O'Doherty. Aileen O'Donnell. Isabella O'Donnell. Caitlin O'Donnell. Alison O'Dwyer. Elaine O'Hara. Amy O'Neill. Cara O'Neill. Lara O'Neill. Lauren May O'Neill. Emily O'Reilly. Lauren O'Reilly. Katie O'Rourke. Sive O'Shea. Cara Oates. Abby Phelan. Owen Prendergast. Emma Quinless. Rachel Mary Raftery. Sean Redmond. Lara Reid. Nicole Reid. Alana Riley. Emer Riley. Orla Riley. Shauna Reynolds. Catherine Rice. Emma Rigney. Jessica Rochford Scallon. Oisin Ronan. Sarah Ronan. Caitlin Rooney. Susanna Victoria Rushin. Niamh Russell. We'll give them another round of applause. Alessandra Ryan. Emma Bridget Ryan. Sarah Ryan. Sophie Ryan. Emma Scally. Suniva Shaffrey. Molly Shannon. Ella Shaw. Diane Sheridan. Emma Sherlock. Rebecca Sherwood. Erin Shevlin. Connor Short. Rebecca Simpson. Shauna Sinnott. Olivia Smialek. Alicia Smith. Sinead Smith. Caitlin Smith. Erin Smith. Roseanne Smith. Quiva Spencer Hobbs. Kira Stack. Maeve Stagg. Lauren Stevenson. Aoife Stobie. Katie Stokes Layden. Catherine Strapp. Rachel Sullivan. Liana Maria Sweeney. Abby Sims. Robert Sparra. Erin Patricia Tahani. Grania Tancred. Pauline Torhold. Megan Teeling. Alana Tinnelly. Erin Titley. Roisin Travers. Karen Trainer. Roisin Tully. Siobhan Tully. Kira Tumulty. Megan Tynan. Naomi Tynan. Lil Venton. Sam Victory. Dara Walsh. Caitlin Walsh. Emma Rose Ward. Saoirse Ward. Rebecca Waters. Aoife Whelan. Chloe Whelan. Kira Whelan. Jessica Whelan. Aoife Rose Hooley. Ali Williams. Orla Wilson. Sarah Wood. John Young. Rupert Zarka. And we'll give them all a big round of applause.
Gorgas Illa. As graduates now, it's appropriate that I introduce to you our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good morning. Congratulations on crossing the stage here at the Helix. It is a truly wonderful occasion and a special celebration. So now that you have received your parchments, it's a great honour to address you as DCU graduates. Today is an important day, not just because of your academic achievements, but because you are now members of our global DCU alumni community of 120,000 people. When we talk to DCU graduates, they tell us that this community, your new community, is a hugely important support network for them on a personal and professional level. It is a network that spans many different career sectors and all corners of the globe. Our aim at the Alumni Relations Office is to help you to stay connected with your fellow graduates and with the university throughout your career and beyond. It is a mutually supportive relationship that allows you to benefit from our networking and alumni events and engage with our award-winning Emerging Leaders programme. We also offer opportunities for graduates to play a role in DCU's transformative student experience by joining our student mentorship and volunteering programmes. We support a growing number of international DCU alumni chapters, including London, San Francisco, New York, and many more. We look forward to welcoming you back to campus for your class reunions in the coming years. So today, you're continuing your lifelong journey with DCU. Please keep in touch. Our door is always open. I mentioned the importance of our global network. So let's hear from some of your fellow alumni about what being a DCU graduate means to them.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
A world of opportunity.
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
you are stepping into a community.
Your community,
led by fellow graduates
with a global network of support.
A community of friends,
colleagues, and supporters,
shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
Anish Turigutran Ulskol Caravalo Clia and Tullav Darakyo Aish. The President of Dublin City University, Professor Darakyo, will now make his address.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Can I just reiterate Lisa's welcome to the Chancellor, Cathal. This is his first outing as Chancellor, so he's nervous, but he has all that it takes. He's our first graduate of the university to hold the office of Chancellor of DCU, so we're delighted. He's a Donegal man too, again, continuing that great tradition here. I'm sure the Donegal people here. Where are you? Whoa, it's not like you to be quiet or shy. I'm delighted to welcome all our guests, the members of the governing authority, staff, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, which is yourselves, our graduates, and you're all welcome to the Helix here, which is the place that we celebrate our really special occasions, and nothing is more important to us than our graduation, because a graduation is really the celebration by the university of our purpose. It's the education of the brightest and the best in Ireland, and the creation of a better future for us all. So it's fantastic that you're here. It's particularly good to be here to see kind of so many educators graduate from the university. I can make you a promise. You will never see as many teachers in a room again in your life unless, of course, you attend the INTO Congress in Killarney. But these are a happy, mild crowd here today. It's fantastic. And from our perspective here, we get to see a different side, not just the pride that we feel that we share with your parents in your kind of graduating, but we can get it in full kind of technicolor here as they levitate across the stage, that kind of excitement, the gratitude, the pride, the bright eyes, the broad smiles, the high heels. And the question is, how do they do it? How do they keep those caps on? Hold the parchment, keep the cap on, shake hands and wink at you. And that's the lads. Today's a happy day for most of you. It's kind of tinged with sadness for me. I'm thinking that our chances of retaining the O'Connor Cup have probably diminished with the graduations today, and the intervarsities too have been weakened by the graduation of some of our finest. You'll have heard the anthem at the start. The words of the anthem are in your libretto book, but it's about the thread of destiny. And destiny suggests, I think, in some ways, a kind of inevitability. I suppose a bit like the call to teaching. You can't fight against it. But the inevitability of being, first of all, fortunate enough to secure a place, and secondly, kind of making your way through those kind of 4 years to graduate today. There's nothing inevitable about all of that. I hate to disappoint the parents. It's not genetics. Although I noticed that there are multiple generations of teachers in the room. I was at one graduation in Pat's a few years ago, and there was a parent there who boasted that their daughter was the 6th generation of the family to be a teacher. Could you imagine, 6th generation? The man said, it's tradition, we have a great tradition. I said, I don't think that's a tradition, it's more of a genetic condition. But 6 generations. But the issue, I suppose, today is that the point I'm trying to make here, if I stick to the script, is that there's nothing inevitable about it, and many of you are here and made it here today to this happy day against the odds. You persisted, you survived all the hurdles that were thrown in your way and came out tops at the end. So I'm kind of really proud of you. And in that kind of great tradition, can you please give yourselves a massive, massive round of applause. There was me thinking that the teachers would be all very mindful, very demure, but all that kind of rowdiness, you can see how proud you are of yourselves. And again, just to remind you and to remind ourselves that study is not a solitary pursuit, that study is the ultimate team sport. And you wouldn't have made it here today without the support of your backroom team. And I'm thinking here of your parents, your guardians, your partners, your children in some cases. They're the family, the friends. These are the people who supported you. These are the people who loved you. These are the people who laminated your stuff. So can I ask you, graduates, please, you've given yourselves a massive round of applause, but do even better for your backroom team. Isn't that fantastic? Isn't that lovely to experience that gratitude? Lovely. And the only thing better than that will be when they pick up the tab at lunch, okay? Also kind of meeting family coming through today, I'm very conscious that for several families here, that today is tinged with a certain sadness. So we just pause for a second to think about absent friends who would be so proud of you today. On your behalf and my own behalf, I'd like to thank our academic and our professional staff, the people who supported you, who brought you to today, the people who throw on their caps and gowns, not every day, but on special days, to advance your success. My thanks as well go to the people who prepared this celebration for us today. I'm thinking of the events team, the registry team, the alumni, the staff in the Helix, the volunteers, student ambassadors, and the people who are icing cupcakes for you as we speak outside. Can I ask you please to give them a massive round of applause as well? Graduates, you can be very proud to be graduates of this university, one of Europe's young, innovative universities. It's a young university, but it's a university with deep, deep roots. And this year, in a special anniversary, we celebrate the 150th anniversary of teacher education in St. Patrick's College in our Drumcondra campus, 150 years. If you think of the impact that generations and generations of teachers have had, and it's great for you to be part of that tradition. In a more kind of modern, I suppose, adjudication of what we do here, this year DCU has been ranked in the top 350 of the world's 25,000 universities, top 350. Now that is some stat, and one that I'm very proud of. My daughter this morning said to me, and she warned me, she says, "Dad, don't try to be trendy. You know, don't try to get down kind of with the graduates, and whatever you do not say 6, 7. Do not. Do not." But I do want to tell you that of that 350, we're actually ranked 308. 308. There's a college in the centre of town that's been there for 450 years. Anyway, we're catching up, and I promise you there's pints on the house the night we beat them. We're also ranked number 1 in Ireland for research quality, and I think the best thing is that we've done that in a quiet way without kind of blowing our trumpets about it. The main thing, and I'll just warn you this, that those rankings and our reputation is based on the performance of our graduates. So folks, do not damage that reputation for us. Remember that when you go out. So as I say, that it's our graduates that are important to us. It's you that we celebrate today. And we say that the mission of the university is to transform lives and societies. And sometimes we're tempted to think that that happens in the lectures, or in the labs, or in the teaching placement, or on the playing fields, or wherever we find ourselves. But it does, of course, but it's really driven over the long term by the contribution of yourselves, the impact that graduates like you have as you face out. Nothing is more important to the welfare of a nation and society more broadly than the education of its people. And in that, the role that you will play, the contribution that you will make across your career is second to none, second to none. And you leave here at a time of very significant challenges for the country and for the world. On Friday, the country goes to the polls to elect Uachtaráin na hÉireann. And much of the debate and conversation is about how we're living in kind of unprecedented times. As a historian, I don't like that sense of kind of unprecedented times. But there is no doubt that, as Captain Boyle in Juno would have it, that the world is in a state of chassis. We've never seen altogether the challenges that face the world, whether it's the fires, the floods, the droughts, the storms, all of the things that every year remind us more and more of the reality of climate change. Whether it's war, and in the Middle East there's peace for now. All of us here have witnessed kind of horror, hell on earth for the past 2 years and more. And let's hope now that the formula for a permanent peace will be brokered, and some kind of joy and relief and a bright future will be brought to Palestine and their neighbours. I'm thinking too of the conflict in Sudan and places, too many places to mention. And all of us are aware too of the war in Ukraine and how that has threatened the security and the peace of Europe itself. Our democracies are threatened by populism and extremism. And here at home, in so-called Ireland of the welcomes, we see a horrible rise of racism. The country also faces economic threats from tariffs and global uncertainty. And the jury is still out for us on the impact of artificial intelligence in terms of our lives, our careers, and the futures of universities themselves. Now, I say all of this not to depress you, and this lady's saying, "But Jesus, you're doing a good job of it." Not to depress you, but to encourage you. And remember, remember when you graduate here from today that education is the profession of hope. And not only the profession of hope, but the mother of all professions. And above all, I urge you to avoid the kind of useless responses and emotions. On the one hand, faced by the challenges in the world, we could become complacent. We could say to ourselves, well, there's nothing that I can do. Or despondency on the other side of the coin, where we could say that it doesn't matter what I do. Of course it does. And your determination and the game face that you bring to the classroom every day will determine so much in this world, not just for yourselves, but for the children in your care. And I'm convinced that you will leave here today with the correct attitude, with the mindset, with the dispositions to make a difference. I think, and I'm biased of course, but I think it's in the DNA of this university. There's something about DCU that's different. Sometimes I think it's the kind of conditions in the 1970s that gave rise to the university. Sometimes I think it's just the fact that where we're located, it's our place and the particular character and lack of entitlement that we associated with the North Side. And I think that that kind of attitude informs the people piece in what we do at DCU and how it informs our curriculum, and the fact that we're the only university in Ireland with a full faculty of education. That matters. And just think about the impact that you will have. Kids who started school this September will graduate in 2043. Could you imagine? 2043. And as educators, it's your privilege to guide them, to wind them up and to send them out into that uncertain world ahead of you. Your parchment attests to your professional qualifications. That's invaluable, invaluable in itself. But more importantly than that, I think it's your character, it's your humanity, and it's your attitude that will make the difference. As I said at the outset, you are amongst the brightest and the best. So I ask you to please, please, please never settle. Never, ever, ever settle in the classroom. Be your very best. Be the teacher that you would want, the teacher that you would want for your own children. So remember, teaching is the profession of hope, the mother of all professions. The future is on your shoulders and in your hands. So when you graduate today, go out and build a better world for us all. Go Gorgas.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession, and when this begins, I would ask those who can to stand and remain standing until it is left. Sin deir le seamannas chugaram na hallscoile seo, tá míad an buíochtaíomh as ucht for bheith orthaling. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you will now join academics and graduates for refreshments and really enjoy the rest of this very special day.
Liebe
Bhá lámar son na Hallscoile Fáilte Chorómh go léir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marie Conrad Johnson, and along with my colleague Annie Vracon, we're the Masters of Ceremonies. And on behalf of the University, we would like to welcome you all to today's convocation of Dublin City University, which is about to begin. Today's convocation booklet shows the order of the ceremony which follows. We hope you will take this booklet with you as a souvenir of what's an important and enjoyable occasion for the graduates, their guests, and the staff of the university. We celebrate the achievement of every single graduate of the university. We realise, however, that applauding as every graduate is presented to the President can be quite tiring, so could I suggest that instead we follow the lead of the Executive Dean reading out the names, who will pause at intervals for applause. In the unlikely event of an emergency evacuation of the building as required, I would ask you to please note the emergency exit nearest to you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of an evacuation, please remain calm and follow the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the assembly point in front of the Helix. I would ask everybody at this time to check that all mobile phones are switched off. We know everyone wants to get a photograph of the big moment, but please do stay seated and do not block the aisles. We hope you enjoy our event today, and I'd be grateful for those of you who can, please to rise for the DCU anthem, accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Senan Dunn. Thank you.
Self of young Carol is
Chancellor, Uachtarán na Hulscoile, Scolari na Hulscoile, a chéimethe is the cór de Galéir. Bháilm fáilte anmhór a churóibh, chuig an ggóchorm seo chun céimeanna agus dúiseanna Ollscoil Carabhalla ó Chlia Bhronna. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates, and your honoured guests. My name is Professor Lisa Looney. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Registrar in DCU, and I'd like to warmly welcome you all to this afternoon's convocation of Dublin City University to present degrees and awards. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards, and these are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, those people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates, and diplomas. This ceremony today has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of their programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduate here at DCU, where I hope you've had some fun and made good friends, at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Anish, bhuailim díle eile anseo chur bhur láthair. I'd like to introduce to you my colleagues who will be involved in the ceremony. To the rear of the stage are academics, guests, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of our governing authority. To the front are Cathal Marley, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Keogh, President of DCU, and Gillian Barry, Deputy Director of Registry. On your left are the Executive Deans of the faculties of the University or their representatives, the Dean of Graduate Studies, and the Dean of Teaching and Learning. To the right of the stage are chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programmes from which graduates are being presented this afternoon. Today, we're delighted to welcome graduates of taught and research programmes from the DCU Institute of Education, including for the first time graduates from the Graduate Certificate in Autism Education and the degree of Master of Education in Special Educational Needs. We will now begin the formal presentation of graduates, and candidates from the DCU Institute of Education will be presented by the Interim Executive Dean, Dr. Anna Logan.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed their certificate in religious studies. Hannah Louise Gilsonen. Alice Spencer. Lena Ward. We'll give them a round of applause. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Diploma in Religious Education and English. Adam Nugent. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Religious Education and English. Michael Stefan Bors. Ava Brown. Ellen Butterley. There's quite a few of them, so we might just wait until we've seen a few more. Hallie Carr. Sarah Clark. Cara Collins Smith. Sarah Connolly. Quiva Curtis. Adam Doyle. Helen Duffy. Cara Fitzgerald. Hannah Fitzgerald. Lee Forrester. Emma Gleeson. Eden Healy. Aaron Hollywood. Dylan Kerry Gillen. Connor Kiley. Cormac Kieran. Olivia Kraus. Lauren Marie Lally. James Brendan Lynch. Zara Elizabeth McCarney. Jessica McDarby. Ryan McHale. Amy Moran. Kelly Ann O'Brien. Ellen O'Hora. Dermot O'Leary. Jody Ryan. Emily Sweeney. And we'll give them a big round of applause. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Diploma in Religious Education and History, Michael Sheridan. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Religious Education and History, Luca Porcio. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Religious Education and History. Julia Babska. Evan Cawley. Eli Michael Cullen. Ellie Delaney. Kerry Doyle Kinsella. Deirdre Dunn. Mayelle Fleming. Molly Flood. Molly Flood. Chelsea Marie Fogarty. Sophie Harris. Sean Patrick Hodgins. Dara Keane. Adam Kingi. Fina Lane. Ruth Lennon. Kyle Lynch. Connor Ryan Malone. Emily Martin. Jordan McBride. Ryan McCartney. Niamh McCormack. Bronwyn Mitchell. Connor Mitchell. Craig Mullen. Fiona O'Brien. Amy O'Leary. Kerry Owens. Cleana Riley. Eva Riley. Mark Shortall. Igor Stankiewicz. Aaron Stone McHale. Benjamin Sweeney. Kyle Walsh. Evan White. We'll give them a big round of applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor Religious Education and Music. Aisling Rose Clark. Saoirse Dunn. Nicole Hayes. Orla Histon. Dylan Maguire. Rebecca McMahon. Amy Mooney. Nicole Mooney. Ella Niwalia. Holly Starr Smith. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Early Childhood Education. Anna Bates. Grace Margaret Brady. Jagoda Buschak. Eleanor Cassin. Holly Coffey. Gemma Corrigan. Mary Cullinan. Halana Curry. Aoife Delaney. Connor Doris. Anya Doyle. Tara Doyle. Amy Dreelan. Hannah Dunn. Holly Fagan. Leah Farrell. Anya Ferguson. Emily Flood. Hannah Foley. Molly Graham. Emily Gray. Katie Hayes. Tamara Johnston. Therese Jones. Ava Kavanagh. Deborah Kennedy. Ava Kiley. Emma Kilgour. Courtney Kingham Carroll. Quiva Linnane. Lucy Mackin Burke. Lorna McDermott. Megan McGeer. Erin McGlynn. Chelsea McIntyre. Abigail McKeating. Sarah Murta. Lauren Natwani. Nicola O'Byrne. Aisling O'Callaghan. Shayna O'Grady. Breffney O'Reilly. Elena Sacco. Cara Sheridan. Katie Smith. Heather Mary Sykes. Abby Tompkins. Luke Trainer. Rebecca Tumulty. Lauren Vickers. Megan Wilson. Susan Woods. And we give them a big round of applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Education and Training. Haifa Azizi. Grace Bobie. Niamh Boyd. Lauren Brady. Cameron Brazil. Emma Carol Healy. Sophia Collins. Kate Corney. Kate Comey. James Connolly. Natalie Conway. Frank Cornyn. Chloe Crawley. Mary Teresa Dawson. Alicia Duffy. Sophie Dwyer. Lauren Foran Fay. Ella Foster. Clodagh Gallagher. Katie Gannon. Clodagh Healy. Ellie Hendrick. Orla Kang. Kaylee Kearns. Megan Kelly. Rebecca Kelly. Sophie Lynch. Sophie Mack. Finn James Martin. Rebecca May. Chloe McCardle. Ava McCormick. Aisling McAvoy. Katie McKenna. Kelly Murphy. Daniel Murray. Nicola O'Donovan. Laura O'Rourke. Roisin Shanahan. Michelle Staunton. Maya Tang. Rona Tempo. Joanna Tilly Rock. Robert Brendan Tobin. Jan Shin Ye. I think they deserve a big round of applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Science Education. Stephen George Breen. Sarah Kahn. Matthew Kuzmich. Sophia McConnon. Emer O'Reilly. Pierce Weir Norris. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Professional Certificate in Inclusive and Special Education. Barry Kennerk. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Professional Diploma in Inclusive and Special Education. Jessica Carraher. Jason Carroll. Suzanne Dunn. Connor Fitzmaurice Doyle. Orla Kennedy. Janet McDonagh. Joanne Quinn. Louise Wallace. Sharon Walsh. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Certificate in Autism Education. Orla Byrne. Jerry Day. Rebecca Griffin. Vicky McGrath. Katie Moore. Pauline Nilahlauer. Ciara O'Donnell. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Education and Training Management Leadership. Christine Carolyn. James Doherty. Angela Kinahan. Barry Neville. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Education and Training Management, e-learning. Tracy Curtis. Claire Carney. Emma Lindsay. Emma Nolan. Hendrina Venter. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Guidance Counselling. David Cryan. Aoife MacDonald. Aoife McLaughlin. Donica Reid. Siobhan Smith. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Master of Science in Guidance Counselling. Sarah Byrne. Jane Flynn. Lydia Hoban. Lisa Lindberg. Stephen Martin. Shane MacDonald. John Moore. Orla Ryan. Eleanor Stenson. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Inclusive and Special Education. Karen Banks. Nicola Barry Hale. Aisling Boyle. Georgina Brady. Rebecca Buggy. Bernice Byrne. Robert Anthony Caffrey. Jenny Carolyn. Niamh Conlon. Ellen Conlon. Emma Crehan. Louise Deeney. Fiona Ann Delaney. Sarah Devaney. Sinead Anya Dooley. Victoria Doyle. Yvonne Emerson. Julia Fagan. Aisling Farrelly. Lisa Farrelly. Amy Finn. Tracy Finnerty. Emma Foley. Let's go, baby! Shauna Foster. Sinead Gaffney. Ciara Gallagher. Brian Garrity. Sophie Gordon. Sarah Griffin. Margaret Hanley. Niamh Henry. Katie Johnston. Shane Joyce. Sandra Carney. Nicola Geraldine Kelly. Jacqueline Kiley. David Kinsella. Verna Langrel. We'll give them a round of applause. Carla Lennon. Claire Lonnie. Fanula Lynch. Siobhan Marnell. Anne-Marie Matthews. Jade McCann. Kate MacDonald. Linda McGill Buckley. Jennifer McManus. Caroline McShane. Claire Minnock. Lynn Minogue. Sarah Maroney. Linda Morrison. Aoife Nihinon. Katrina Maeve Nihul. Sarah Nyan. Siobhan O'Carroll. Lauren O'Connell. Joanne O'Doherty. Louise Pearson. Paula Porter. Paul Rooney. Mairead Rush. Fiona Ryan. Joanne Smith. Kevin Thompson. Lorcan Tobin. Emer Toomey. Jenny Tynan. Bridget Walsh. Sharon Walsh. Triana Walsh. Cyan Wilmot. Clodagh Wallahan. I think we need a big round of applause now. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Chaplaincy Studies and Pastoral Work. Anne Benziger. Janet Carrie Arkins. Louise Cassidy. Porrick Cassidy. John Nicholas Correa. Lucy Deegan. Quiva Lynch. Erasmus Manwa. Jeffrey Murray. Jinsey Thomas. Hazel Ní Winnicón. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Education. Claire Coyne. Ian Gagan. Orla Jones. Caroline Kenny. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Education in Literacy Professional Practice. Yvonne Comiskey. Katie Cullen. Sheila Moore. Grania O'Callaghan. Grania O'Carroll. Maeve O'Connor. Laura Shannon. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Education in Special Educational Needs. Leisha Hamill. Geraldine Howard. Gary Kane. Lorraine Kelly. Claire O'Halloran. Sinead Wilkinson. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Education in Specific Learning Difficulties, Dyslexia. Laura Bergen. Amy Brady. Deirdre Breslin. Megan Cahill. Fiona Cashman. Anne Donnelly. Michelle English. Lorraine Franey. Elaine Kenny. Kate O'Connell. Grania O'Farrell. Nicola O'Sullivan. Roisin Patterson. Judy Quinn. Emma Ramsey. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the degree of Masters in Special Educational Needs. Conal Paul McCool.
Tá all soring an ish, falta curv céimethe, will came in a taida le brunna orthu. We are now very pleased to welcome our graduates for research degrees. Each candidate has pursued their degree through research and has fulfilled the requirements laid down by the Academic Council of the University. Dr. Anna Logan will again present the candidates from the DCU Institute of Education, this time for postgraduate degrees by research.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Education programme through research in the DCU Institute of Education. For a thesis entitled AQ Methodology Study, Exploring Early Childhood Educators' Attitudes Towards Inclusive Practice Using Universal Design for Learning in Early Childhood Care and Education Classrooms. Siobhan Canavan. For a thesis entitled An Exploration of the Contribution of Leaving Certificate Religious Education to the Promotion of Biblical Literacy. Philomena Clare. For a thesis entitled The Impact of Belonging to a Community of Practice on Teacher Identity, Leadership, and professional learning, an exploratory case study of a post-primary school in Leinster, Ireland. Sharon Cunningham. For a thesis entitled An Evaluation of Induction Programmes for Newly Appointed Post-Primary Inspectors in Ireland, Content, Culture and the Role of Mentorship in Early Professional Development. Mandy Geary. For a thesis entitled, Oh No, Computers Have Won, or Have They? A case study of developing critical data literacy with undergraduate students at an Irish university. Robert Peter Lowney. For a thesis entitled Current Practices in Religious Education in Catholic Primary Schools, Perspectives of Principals, Miriam McCabe. For a thesis entitled School Choice, a Level Playing Field, a case study on how parents choose a Catholic post-primary school for their children in Midwest Ireland. Jude Murphy. For a thesis entitled Transfer of Skills Across Languages in the Primary School, Moira Nilovin. For a thesis entitled The Impact of Including Autistic Students in the Leadership for Inclusion team at an Irish mainstream post-primary school, an exploratory case study. Rachel Ryan. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Human Development. For a thesis entitled, Exploring How the Tradition of Well-Being in Catholic Thought Impacts Well-Being Approaches in Catholic Schools. Stephanie O'Connor. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Inclusive and Special Education. For a thesis entitled, Understanding Play from Children's Perspectives in order to provide authentic and fully inclusive opportunities for playful learning in education. Christina O'Keefe. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Language, Literacy and Early Childhood Education. For a thesis entitled Exploring the Heritage, Language Learning and Literacy Practices of Irish Chinese Children under the age of 8 within Family Context, Perspectives and Experiences of Parents and Children, Wei Yi Liu. For a thesis entitled Supporting the Development of Dialogue in Children aged 4 to 8 years, the Impact of Participation in a Professional Learning Community on Teachers' Knowledge and Practice, Deirdre Walsh. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Policy and Professional Practice. For a thesis entitled School Inspection, a Driver of School Improvement, a comparative analysis of school quality assurance systems in Dubai, Ireland, New Zealand and Pakistan. Sayeeda Sarah Batul Gardizi. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of STEM Education, Innovation and Global Studies. For a thesis entitled An Identity in Transition, a longitudinal study examining students' mathematical identity across the transition from primary to post-primary school, John Behan.
Congratulations to all our graduates. As you are graduates now, it's appropriate I introduce to you our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good afternoon. Congratulations on crossing the stage here at the Helix. It is a truly wonderful and very special occasion. So now that you have received your parchments, it's a great honour to address you as DCU graduates. Today is an important day, not just because of your academic achievements, but because you are now members of our global DCU alumni community of 120,000 people. When we talk to graduates, they tell us that this community, your new community, is a hugely important support network for them on a personal and professional level. It's a network that spans many different career sectors and all corners of the globe. Our aim at the Alumni Relations Office is to help you to stay connected with your fellow graduates and with the university throughout your career and beyond. It is a mutually supportive relationship that allows you to benefit from our networking and alumni events and engage with our award-winning Emerging Leaders programme. We also offer opportunities for graduates to play a role in DCU's transformative student experience by joining our student mentorship and volunteering programmes. We support a growing number of international alumni chapters, including London, San Francisco, New York, and many more. We look forward to welcoming you back to campus for your class reunions in the years to come. So today you are continuing your lifelong journey with DCU. Please keep in touch. Our door is always open. I mentioned the importance of our global network, so let's hear from some of your fellow alumni about what being a DCU graduate means to them.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
A world of opportunity.
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
you are stepping into a community.
Your community.
Led by fellow graduates
with a global network of support.
A community of friends,
colleagues, and supporters,
shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
Thank you, Ross. Inish turig Uachtaran Ulscoil Caharvala Clia and Talamh Dara Keogh a Ishk. The President of Dublin City University, Professor Dara Keogh, will now make his address.
Thank you very much, Lisa. At the outset, I'd just like to renew our welcome to everybody, to our graduates, as you are now, and your guests and friends. It's fantastic to have you with us to celebrate in the Helix, where we celebrate all our special occasions. On your behalf and the university's behalf, I'd especially like to welcome the Chancellor, that this is our new Chancellor, Cathal Marley's first gig as Chancellor of the university. He was appointed 6 weeks ago, arrived at this university as a young lad from Donegal, and look at him now. If he keeps this up, he might get a speaking role at future graduations. So, good man, Cathal. Today is a very special day. Graduations are the day where we celebrate the purpose of the university, which is about our students and our students' kind of development and flourishing, and ultimately leading them to this point. It's really a celebration of the essence of the university, and of course the whole teaching profession is absolutely akin and at the heart of what we do. I bet you most of you have never seen as many teachers assembled in one room as today, and I'm sure none of you ever will unless you get to attend a teachers' conference in Killarney some Easter Monday. But it's fantastic to have the graduates as you are with us today. It's a very emotional occasion. You get to see it, I suppose, from your side, but on this side of the podium we have a special view. We can see the graduates in all their glory and the pride as they cross the table, the room, as they levitate across this stage, full of excitement, a sense of gratitude, achievement and pride. From our perspective, we can see the bright eyes and the broad smiles and the high heels as they make their way across. And that exercise, that wonderful exercise in coordination to keep on the hat, to hold the parchment, to shake hands and to wink at you. And that's the lads have that to do. But it's great, and we're very privileged to be part of it. wonderful anthem that you hear at the start, and you'll hear it again. The quicker I finish, the quicker you'll hear it again. But you'll hear it again at the end of the ceremony. It speaks about, and the words are in your booklet, it speaks about the thread of destiny. And that kind of theme somehow suggests an inevitability about graduation, as if a kind of a magnetic pull brought you here without effort. But I think it is fair to say that the path to graduation is seldom straight. Indeed, for many people, coming to university in the first instance is against the odds. But some of those who graduated did so today by overcoming challenges along the way. For many of you, life became complicated, but you arose above all that. And especially the graduate students who have so much more, I think, in their lives in some ways. But you persisted through it all. You were determined, and you held on to that thread. And it was that determination, the sweat, the tears, that brought you here today. So congratulations to yourselves. And can I ask you, in that kind of great Irish tradition, to give yourselves a massive round of applause. Of course, all of us, I think, know that study isn't a solitary pursuit. Sometimes when you see stock images of students, they're on their own, they're kind of studying with a desk lamp and all the accoutrement that goes with scholarship. But the reality of the situation is that study is the ultimate team sport. And none of you would have made it here today without the support of your backroom team, your parents, your guardians, your partners, your children, your family and friends who brought you to this occasion. And these are the people who supported you. They're the people who listened to you, who loved you, who revoluted you to this point. So you've given yourselves a massive round of applause. Let's see, can you do even better for your backroom team? They say that success has many mothers and that failure is an orphan. And it's particularly kind of enjoyable to hear all the claims. That's my wife, that's my mammy, that's my daddy, as people moved across the stage. And I think from the graduate's point of view, the only way to better that big clap is to pick up the tab for your family at dinner tonight. Also meeting people coming into the Helix this afternoon, I'm very conscious that for many families, for several families certainly here today, that this celebration is tinged with a certain sadness when we think of people who cannot be here, people who would love to have been here. So we think of them for a moment. I'd also like, on my behalf and on your behalf, to thank the fantastic staff of the university who've devoted themselves to your success. And I'm thinking not just my academic staff here, but professional staff right across the university in every function, in estates and library and IT, in so many ways, who devoted themselves to your success. I'd also like to thank the people who've put this party together for us, the university events team, the registry, kind of alumni, the Helix staff, volunteers, student ambassadors, people who I know are outside icing cupcakes as we speak. So let's give them a round of applause as well. We believe in lifelong learning, and we're pleased to see so many people coming back to study. As president of the university, I'm always delighted to see the numbers of staff who graduate at these ceremonies. And I'll just call them out. Rob Lowney, Angela Kinahan, Rebecca Morrissey and Christina O'Keefe graduated in this ceremony. So congratulations. I'm paid, part of my job spec is that I'm paid to boast about the university, and we've a lot to boast about today, and you've a lot to be proud of as graduates of the university. We are the only Irish university with the full faculty of education, with a scale and a talent, I suppose, and impact that's unrivaled. We are recognised as one of Europe's leading innovative universities. And this week we received fantastic news that DCU was ranked in the top 350 universities in the world. That's in the top 350 of over 25,000. My daughter was giving me advice this morning, don't even try to be trendy, do you know what I mean? Don't even let on you understand the 21st century. Could you imagine getting that kind of abuse at breakfast and expected to perform on the stadium? But one of the things she says to me was, don't even try to say 6, 7, 6, 7. But in terms of the rankings, what I can tell you is of the 350, we were 308, okay? So that's good news. We were also ranked #1 of the Irish universities for research. So we're very pleased about that, and particularly with such large numbers of research students graduating today. So congratulations to them. Now, that improvement was done kind of quietly, without kind of fanfare. We advanced by the dedication of our staff, to our students, to our country, and to research. But the rankings also depend on the reputation of our graduates. Okay? So I'm just warning you, don't mess it up for me, okay? I don't want to be embarrassed here next year explaining how we fell because of last year's graduates. So carry that mantle for us into the future. As Lisa said too, we're also pleased the way in which we continue to develop our courses and in education particularly to meet the changing needs of the country. We're proud, as I say, of the university, but our greatest boast is in the quality of our graduates. We boast about yourselves. And our mission is to transform lives and societies. That's an awesome task. As the Americans would say, mighty awesome. But it is a challenge to transform lives and societies. We think that the transformation takes place in classrooms and lecture rooms and the libraries and labs and the playing fields and so on. But the long-term effect is really driven by yourselves. The impact that you will achieve when you move out of here in educational settings right across Ireland, you just think of your capacity to transform lives and societies. And that's the path you have chosen, and we admire you and congratulate you for it. You graduate from DCU at a particularly challenging time. I don't like, as a historian, the term unprecedented challenges, because there were always challenges. This idea of making some place great again, you can test how conservative they are by asking them, when was it great? It's a kind of a milestone. But there was never a time when the world was perfect, or world was great. I'm thinking of Captain Boyle in Juno and the Paycock, again written by a great kind of Northsider, Sean O'Casey. And that famous line about from Captain Boyle where he says, "The world is in a state of chassis. The world is in a state of chassis." And the world is certainly now in a state of chassis. We just have to look around at us, from fires to floods to droughts to storm. Every year we see further signs of the imminent danger to our planet. In the Middle East, thankfully, there's peace for now. And having wished the horror and the hell and the tragedy in the region for the last 2 years, let us hope for a permanent peace in Palestine that can be agreed by all parties. There's conflict in Sudan in places too many to mention, unfortunately. And closer home, the continuing war in Ukraine threatens the stability of Europe itself. Even within our democracies, voters are being swayed by populism and extremism. And here at home, in the so-called Ireland of the welcomes, we see a rise in racism, which is sickening. And beyond that, we face economic threats from tariffs, from global uncertainty. And the jury is still out about what the impact of artificial intelligence will be for any of us, even for the future of universities ourselves. Now, I say this not to depress you, although I can see that woman down there saying, well, Jesus, you're doing a good... not to depress you, but to encourage you and to remind you that teaching, education is the profession of hope. Above all, today, what I want you to promise is that you'll avoid the most useless of responses in life. Complacency on the one hand, where you say, oh, there's nothing I can do about it, and despondency on the other hand, where we say, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you do. It does, and your attitude will determine so much, and determine not just what you do, but what the people in your care will do as they move forward better as a result of their interaction with you. And I'm convinced that as Dublin City University graduates, that you leave here with the right attitudes. There's something about this place. There's something about the DNA of DCU. And I don't know whether it's the time or the why in which the university was established in the 70s when the world was in crisis, or whether it's simply a fact that we're here in this place on the north side with that focus, with that kind of ingenuity, that kind of lack of entitlement, that determination. And it might be too the focus on the people piece in our curriculum. But as yourselves, as educators, as teachers from early years right through the continuum of education, that kind of passion, that professionalism that you bear is more important than ever before. And I'm very proud, and family and friends will have seen them, to see in this graduating cohort today graduate students who've sacrificed their time and their treasure, their cash, to better themselves, to support students in their schools or in their contexts, students who have additional needs, students who are oftentimes not only neglected, but are trying to flourish in a world where people are even denying their right to special education, and in societies where science itself has been rejected. You've made the brave decision to pursue the care of people on the margins. You've invested in that. So I'm delighted to see graduates today in areas such as inclusive and special education, teachers preparing to teach students with autism, dyslexia, people preparing in chaplaincy and pastoral care, guidance and counselling, and so on and so on. That's really heartening and inspiring. And if we look at our doctoral graduates, the superheroes in the red capes on the other side of the world, look at what they have developed too in terms of the dissertations called out, developing the teaching profession itself, developing teacher identity, developing well-being, and God help us, inspection, could you imagine? In all of that, working to provide a better education environment for the future. If you think of the children that start in early years contexts last month, they will graduate in the 2040s, 2045, or whatever they will leave school. And as educators, it's yourself that will nurture them, that will develop them, and you lead them through preparing them for the uncertainty that lies ahead. Your parchment is important because it's a testament to your professionalism and your professional grounding. But I think in many ways, what will make the real impact is your character and your humanity. And in that context, I'd say to you, never settle for less than your best. Never settle for less than your best. If you're content with less, maybe think about the teaching profession is not for you. Be the teacher you want for your children. Be the teacher you'd like to teach your own children, because your children, your pupils, deserve it. So this is it. And the problems of the world that I enumerated at the start, whether they're conflict or climate or crumbling communities, all of those are man-made. And just as all of those are man-made, they can be corrected by men and women like us. And never, ever forget that education is the profession of hope. Now, my daughter's not here, so I'll revert to that great TikTok wisdom for a minute when I say that I hope that your time has prepared you for the future. I hope that you will do what you can do, and not what you can do, but nobody will stop you except yourselves. Congratulations.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession, and when this begins, I would ask those who can to stand and remain standing until it is left. Sin dar le seamarnas chógaram na hallscoile seo, tá míad an buíochtaíomh as ucht for bheith láthair linn. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you so much for being with us. I hope you will all now join academics and graduates for refreshments and really enjoy the rest of this very special day.
Amen. Bóthlam son na hallscoile fáilte a chur roimh go léir. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Nolan, and along with my colleague, Celine Crawford, we're the Masters of Ceremonies. And on behalf of the University, we would like to welcome you all to today's convocation of Dublin City University, which is about to begin. Today's convocation booklet shows the order of the ceremony which follows. We hope you will take this booklet with you as a souvenir of what is an important and enjoyable, hopefully, occasion for the graduates, their guests and the staff of the university. We celebrate the achievement of every single graduate in the university. We realise, however, that applauding as every single graduate is presented to the President can be quite tiring, so I suggest that instead we follow the lead of the Executive Dean, who will be reading the names of the graduands and who will pause at intervals for applause. In the unlikely event of an emergency evacuation, in the unlikely event that an emergency evacuation of the building is required, I'd ask you to please note the emergency exit nearest to you, bearing in mind that it may be behind you. In the event of an evacuation, please remain calm and comply with the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the assembly point in front of the Helix. I would ask everyone to check now that all mobile phones are switched off. Pauses while people check that their mobile phones are switched off. And we know that everyone wants to get a photograph of the big moment, but please do stay seated and don't block the aisles. We really hope that you enjoy our event today, accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Sen and Dunn. Thank you.
Eva Ashter, self of Yontaru.
Uachtar na Hulscoile, Scolari na Hulscoile, a chéimethe is the Cóir de Galéir. Bháilm fáilte anmhór a chur roimh, chuig an ggócharm seo chun céimeanna agus dúiseanna ollscoil Carvalho a Chlia a Bhronna. President, academic colleagues, graduates, honoured guests, my name is Professor Lisa Looney. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Registrar in DCU, and I'd like to warmly welcome you all to this afternoon's convocation of Dublin City University to present degrees and awards. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards, and these are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, those people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates and diplomas. The ceremony today has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of their programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduate here in DCU, where we hope you've had some fun and made good friends at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Anish, bhuailim na díra eile anseo a chur bhur láthair. I would like to introduce to you my colleagues who will be involved in the ceremony. To the rear of the stage are academic guests, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of the governing authority. To the front of the stage is Professor Dara Keogh, President of DCU, and Philomena McMurrough, Director of Registry. To the left of the group of academics are the Executive Deans of Faculties of the University, or their representatives, the Dean of Teaching and Learning and the Dean of Graduate Studies. Towards the right of that group are the chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programmes from which graduates are being presented this afternoon. Today we're delighted to welcome graduates of taught and research programmes from the DCU Institute of Education and the Faculty of Science and Health, including for the first time graduates from the degrees of Bachelor of Science in Physics with Data Analytics, Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Disruptive Technologies, and Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Mathematics. We'll now begin with the formal presentation of graduates, and candidates from the DCU Institute of Education will be presented by the Interim Executive Dean, Dr. Anna Logan.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Education in Gaeilge and French. Aoife Doohan. Lauren Mary Finnegan. Aisling Flood. Alice Jane McGrath. Aisling Nihrodi. Lorna O'Neill. Eve Rogers. Brona Marie Scully. Shauna Timmins. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Education in Gaeilge and German. Aoife Cosgrave. Afric Hopkins. Faye Margaret Murphy. Emmett O'Brady. Hannah Prendergast. Rachel Walsh. Alex Whitaker. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Education in Gaeilge and Spanish. Lorcan Conroy. Nicole Healy Boland. Laura Mary Maguire. Margaret Susanna McCormack. Chloe McSweeney. Kira Nihuling. Cormac O'Portair. Niamh Rogers. Sarah Tully. Lauren Young. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Professional Master of Education, Primary Teaching. I also present candidates who have successfully completed the Supplementary Award of Certificate in Religious Studies. Katie Birmingham. Micheál Bury. Niamh Carroll. Catherine Cassin. Sarah Cowser. Callum Crowe. Sally Crowley Clare. Maeve Kerneen. Emer Devaney. Sean David Doran. Owen Dowd. Owen Dreeling. Dervla Duffy. Ronan Gallagher. Jamie Garrity. Rory Gibbons. Alva Gervin. Aaron Clancy. Saoirse Griffin. Aoife Hegarty. Owen Kane. Sarah Keane. Fiona Callahan. Mary Callagher. Amy Kelly Cornell. Emer Kiley. Kira Langford. Ashleen Lennon. Lily Rose Layden. Jade Lyons. Rory Moxivna. Lauren Martin. Nicole Joanne Moira Matthews. Katie McCabe. Aoife McCluskey. Aoife McGovern. John McGroddy. Owen McGuinness. Kate McPhillips. Sophie Mullins. Dan O'Gallagher. Sophie O'Brien. Ciara O'Leary. Lisa Purcell. Shannon Ryan. Aliyah Saeed. Connor Scully. Ellen Sheehy. Roisin Sweeney. Laura Walsh. Emmett Woods. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Professional Master of Education. Jerome Aguilar. Rolando Israel Arce Olivares Hanlon. Sarah Ashmore. Claire Bulger. Antonia Brady. Hannah Brachnach. Chloe Brennan. Ben Breslin. Emma Burns. Gabrielle Byrne. Isabel Byrne. Jessica Byrne. Sarah Byrne Bow. Kieran Caldwell. Grace Carolyn. Robert Cassidy. Emma Cawley. Rachel Klusker. Seamus Comerford. Kira Conway. Tessa Crosby. Holly Cullen. Saoirse Cullen. Muirish Curley. Emma Daly. Geraldine DeBritt. Eamon Doran. Tara Duffy. Jasmine Eager. Louise Ennis. Erin Finglas. We'll give them a round of applause. Dylan Foley. Emma Ford. Cian Gallagher. Leah Gallagher. Niamh Galogly. Charlotte Gagan. Molly Gibbons Powell. Barry Grenham. Hannah Grimes. Megan Hall. Carl Hand. Grace Harkin. Elana Hennessy. Leona Hill. Pierce Hogan. Sarah Hogan. Emer Holden, Gregory Hosseini, Hannah Hughes, Cian Hurley, Emer Kavanagh, Shane Kavanagh, Connor Keogh, Bevan Kelly, Jade Kelly, James Francis Kelly, Lana Kelly, Martha Kennedy Ralph, Maria Kinsella, Martha Kirk, Aoife Jane Lenehan, Craig Lennon, Emma Lismore, Billy Marr, Niamh Malley, Jack Matthews, Patrick Matthews, Cora McCann, Dylan McCarthy, Eve McCarthy, Jenna McGlone, Ciara Maloney. We'll stop and give a round of applause. Sinead Moran, Ian Morrissey, Isabel Mulholland, Freya Murphy, Sarah Murphy Smith, Roisin Niwaron, Shane Nolan, Kathleen O'Cleary, Deirdre O'Connor, Eleanor O'Flynn, Katie O'Hara, Helen O'Kelly, Killian O'Neill, Anna O'Sullivan. Mark Fair. Kim Poole. Ciara Quinn McGregor. Fiona Reid. Deirdre Riley. Niamh Riley. Sarah Rattigan. Andrew Richardson. Amber Robinson. Rebecca Ruan. Dean Russell. Anya Sharkey. Abby Shields. Megan Smith. Rihanna Stewart. Emily Thompson. Marcella Traynor. Amy Wall. Louise Wallace. Megan Walsh. Rachel Walsh Hill. Aoife Ward. Owen Whelan. Orla Wilson.
Candidates from the Faculty of Science and Health will now be presented by the Executive Dean, Professor Bláthnaid White.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Arts in Humanities Psychology major. Melissa Blunny. Gemma Byrne. Eddie Cronin. Patricia Cross. Pat Cunningham. Una Doherty. Lorraine Doyle. Carol Fingleton. Ju Fu. Hilary Galvin. Aoife Gibney. Frances Gordon. Terry Gray. Bradley Goetia. Kieran Halley. Helena Hickey, Stella Casambala, Caroline Kavanagh, Niamh Leahy, Pamela Leddy, Camilla Lynn, Veronica Makova, Anne MacDonald, Gemma Mills, Claire Moran, Derek Murphy, Donna Nagel, Kerry O'Keefe, Gillian Oliver, Emer Quinn, Lisa Ryan, Mary Ellen Ryan, Siobhan Terry, Adi Delapo Tsinde Moreno, Victoria Mabel Vasquez Insfran, Letitia Vela Diaz, Lisa Voakes, Amanda Whelan. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Mathematics. Harry Boyne, Luke Buckley, Ciara Byrne, Yokjun Eugene Chan, Jack Close, Daniel Cooper, Rhys Costello, Sean Cronin, Joe Pert de Kakakabibo, Emma Dolan, Alex Doyle, Connor Finn, Gloria Flanagan, Nicola Foley, Jack Ford, Luke Hennessy, Ben Isaac Kehoe, Conal Carvick, Shania Faye Majea, Darius Unut Manta. Killian McConnell. Darren McPhillips. Owen Moore. Dennis Nikolenko. Jaden O'Brien. Patrick O'Brien. Muireann Parker. Krishna Ramesh. Owen Ryan. Kriti Sinaja. Finn Slater. Matthew Weir. President, I present the following candidates who've successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Applied Physics. Katie Burns. Connor Darcy. Aoife Lundberg. Luca Mazzoli. Cormac John McLennan. Sophia Pereira Monke. Craig Symes. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Financial Mathematics. Ian C. Chu. Killian Costigan. David Michael Holland. Alan Jones. David Anna Mullen. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Physics with Biomedical Sciences. Jacob Andreessen. Matt Rudolph Del Rosario. Marie-Louise Galera. Rain Krista Geronimo. Shane Patrick McGuinness. Nicholas Mahalake. Dara Murray. Divine Chukabie Okanyoyome. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Physics with Astronomy. Darcy Bedford. Shane Hegarty. Susie Kinsella. Francesca LaRusso. Hannah MacDonald. Saoirse Mulvaney. Michael Smith. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Physics with Data Analytics. Adesoga Adedamola Oluwatobe Loba Agunloye. Charlie Munro. Cameron Ogoyugo. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Psychology. Rory Barnes. Oliver Brady. Ellen Brown. Farah Callahan. Aaron Clare. Sarah Cohn. Karen Crawford. Hannah Cully. Elizabeth Dempsey. Christina Farkash. Amber Fitzpatrick. Owen Dlancy. Susan Gormley. Joseph Hyland. Ciara Kelly. Sophie King. Chloe Leach. Ciara Lennon. Lisa Marbian. Sarah Morgan. Sophia Nyhan. Donal O'Hare. Rachel O'Keefe. Rachel Ray. Cara Riley. Victoria Season. Juliana Stoyak. Ben Sweeney. Gillian Cristel Tabisara Garcia, Yeva Viljanete, Mia Walsh. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Disruptive Technologies. Mark Brady. Michaela Burke. Adam Patrick Dwyer. Sinead Falvey. Caleb Jacey. Oren Imre. Paul Kennedy. Niamh Sheila Lardner. Rachel Malone. Rory McCleary. Cueva Murray. Corlin Allen. Alex Neuroth. Rachel O'Brien. Jane O'Sullivan. Keith Quayle. Sean Rock. Anna Unger. President, I present the following candidates who successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Mathematics. Kevin Serene Bagian. Muireann Ryle. Dennis Walsh. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Psychology and Wellbeing. Alva Brommel. Circa Eve Byrne. Marta Cesarini. Louisa Duggan. Aoife Dunphy. Sheanna Farrell. Tamara Hamilton. Katie Hannafin. Bernadette Johnson. Luke Carney. Sarah McCann. James McKinley. Anthea Murazan, Precious Musa, Denisha O'Neill, Hannah O'Shea, Maria Claire Smith, Diana Sanuye, Zara Tyrrell, Linda Vehar. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Psychology. Victoria Adekunle Todeki, Karen Devine, Erin Hand, Christian Healy, Anthony Hill, Louise Igboanugo, Ryan Kenny, Sarah Ling, Martha McCready, Shane McKeever, Maria Noonan, Amy Plunkett, Dana Shield, Chloe Stewart, Grace Sweeney, Erin Timlin, Amber Waters.
Tá ásaring inis fáilte churróh céimeatha bhfuil céimeanna taighde le brana orthu. We're now very pleased to welcome our graduates for research degrees. Each candidate has pursued their degree through research and has fulfilled the requirements laid down by the Academic Council of the University. Professor Blanet White will again present the candidates from the Faculty of Science and Health, this time for postgraduate degrees by research.
President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Master of Science programme through research in the School of Chemical Science. Dominik Falkowiak. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Biotechnology. For a thesis entitled, The Multi-Omic Interrogation of HER2-Positive Breast Cancer, Investigating Predictors of Response and Resistance, Dalal Al-Sultan. For a thesis entitled, Targeted Therapeutic Strategies in Pancreatic and Gastroesophageal Cancers, Precision Medicine Approaches to Overcoming Drug Resistance and Advancing Organoid Development, Sarah Noorani. President, I present the following candidates who successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Chemical Sciences. For a thesis entitled Unlocking the Stability of Multi-Component Pharmaceutical Forms, Robert Fox. For a thesis entitled Carbon Nano-Onions for Theranostic Applications, Hugh Moen. For a thesis entitled Bo-Dippy Photosynthesizers for Potential Use in Antimicrobial Photodynamic Therapy, Stephen O'Sullivan. For a thesis entitled Click Chemistry-Derived Copper Artificial Metallonucleases with Discrete Nucleic Acid Targeting Properties, Simon Poole. For a thesis entitled Metacognition in Irish Senior Cycle and Pre-Service Teacher Chemistry Education, an action research inquiry at a time of curriculum reform and the death of a positivist, James Trimble. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Elite Performance Sport programme through research in the School of Health and Human Performance. For a thesis entitled Shaping Player Experience, Understanding of the Impact of Team Sport Coaching, Pedagogy and Practices, David Moran. For a thesis entitled Irish Clinicians' Self-Efficacy in Concussion Care Within Sporting Environments, From Education to Practice, Anna Postava. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Mathematical Sciences. For a thesis entitled Mortality Modelling for Actuarial Applications, Challenges and Implications for Pension Sustainability and Insurance Pricing, Linda Daly. And in absentia, for a thesis entitled Stochastic Functional Differential Equations and Optimal Consumption Problems, Emmett Lawless. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Nursing, Psychotherapy and Community Health. For a thesis entitled An Exploration of the Everyday Use of Online Mental Health Tools and Associated Technology by People with Mental Health Problems in Ireland, a Mixed Method Study, Manuela Ascari. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Psychotherapy programme through research in the School of Nursing, Psychotherapy and Community Health. For a thesis entitled Chemnection, an Interpretive Phenomenological Analysis of Intimate Relationships in the Context of Chemsex, Aoife Drury. For a thesis entitled Just Go Softer, Illuminating the Lived Experiences of Post-Primary Teachers Embedding Counselling Skills Within Their Role, an Interpretive Phenomenological Analysis, Anna Fewer-Hamilton. For a thesis entitled An Exploration of Senior Therapists' Experience of Working with Complex Trauma in Ireland, an Interpretive Phenomenological Analysis, Gerard Meehan. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Physical Sciences. For a thesis entitled Laser-Induced Breakdown Spectroscopy, Imaging and Machine Learning for Wind Turbine Blade Materials and Contaminant Analysis, Seamus Cummings. For a thesis entitled Novel Analysis and Calibration Techniques for the Simultaneous Measurement of Plasma Ion Temperatures and Velocities using Multi-Delay Coherence Imaging, Rhys Sean Doyle. For a thesis entitled Light Sources and Materials for EUV Lithography, Stephen Durkin. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Psychology. For a thesis entitled Are We There Yet? Self-Management of Long-Term Physical Conditions During Emerging Adulthood, Orla Mooney.
Congratulations to all our graduates. As you are graduates now, it's appropriate that I introduce to you our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good evening. Congratulations on crossing the stage here at the Helix. It is a truly wonderful occasion and a very special celebration. So now that you've received your parchments, it's a great honour to address you as DCU graduates. Today is an important day, not just because of your academic achievements, but because you are now members of our global DCU alumni community of 120,000 people. When we talk to DCU graduates, they tell us that this community, your new community, is a hugely important support network for them on a personal and professional level. It's a network that spans many different career sectors and all corners of the globe. Our aim at the Alumni Relations Office is to help you stay connected with your fellow graduates and with the university throughout your career and beyond. It is a mutually supportive relationship that allows you to benefit from our networking and alumni events and engage with our award-winning Emerging Leaders programme. We also offer graduates an opportunity to play a role in DCU's transformational student experience by joining our student mentorship and volunteering programmes. We support a growing number of international DCU alumni chapters, including London, San Francisco, New York, and many more. We look forward to welcoming you back to campus for your class reunions in the coming years. So today, you are continuing your lifelong journey with DCU. Please keep in touch. Our door is always open. I mentioned the importance of our global network. So let's hear from some of your fellow alumni about what being a DCU graduate means to them.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
A world of opportunity.
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
You are stepping into a community.
Your community,
led by fellow graduates
with a global network of support.
a community of friends.
colleagues, and supporters.
Shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
Some years ago, DCU instituted the Chancellor's Medal as the highest recognition which the university gives to one of its graduates. These are quite rare. Each year we have between 4,000 and 5,000 graduates, and maybe 1 or 2 medals might be awarded. It's awarded to an individual student who's not only achieved academic excellence, but who has also demonstrated an outstanding commitment and dedication to the non-academic aspects of higher education and the broader community. I invite Executive Dean Professor Blanet White to read the citation now for a recipient of the Chancellor's Medal who received a Bachelor of Science in Psychology and Disruptive Technologies at this ceremony, Mark Brady.
Mark Brady is a worthy recipient of the Chancellor's Medal. During his time at DCU, he has demonstrated a powerful combination of academic excellence and community impact. He has made an exceptional contribution to advancing the student experience and the engagement objectives of university life. He has demonstrated himself to be not just a brilliant student, but a leader, a community builder, and a creative innovator. Mark graduates today at the top of his class with a BSc in Psychology and Disruptive Technologies, which we shorten to BPDT. He has consistently demonstrated academic excellence throughout his time at DCU, receiving both the School of Psychology Academic Achievement Award and the Research Achievement Award. BPDT is a new degree developed as part of the DCU Futures Initiative. Mark's achievements and attitude personify the DCU Futures philosophy that envisages a reimagined undergraduate education that prepares engaged, excellent, impactful graduates. As a DCU Futures champion, he represented the student voice at various higher education events and also featured on the Higher Education Authority's video about the impact on students of the Futures Initiative. Mark also represented the student perspective during the process that led to the course's accreditation by the Psychological Society of Ireland. Mark played a role in the co-design of the degree, including new module creation, and he was pivotal to the successful rollout of the PASS Peer Student Support Programme within BPDT. As a PASS leader, Mark engaged in facilitation and leadership training and worked to facilitate weekly sessions where Year 1 students were supported by their Year 2 peers as they transitioned to university. As a class representative for his 4 years at DCU, Mark played an active leadership role within the first cohort taking the BSc in Psychology and Disruptive Technologies. As the group was effectively breaking new ground, he was determined to ensure that he and his classmates had a positive and engaging experience. He worked hard to proactively foster a supportive, cohesive class community through social events and open dialogue, which directly benefited his peers. He established a structured process for gathering feedback by creating regular surveys and holding open conversations. Due to the pandemic, many of his classmates did not have the experience of formal exams, leading at times to anxiety amongst the group. As a mature student, Mark was often a valuable sounding board for peers who were experiencing challenges. Mark's leadership is rooted in a strong sense of community. He himself notes that as a member of the LGBTQ+ community who felt excluded in his youth, he is driven by a deep commitment to inclusivity. This personal ethos ensures that every project he leads is person-focused in order to support people to feel safe, valued, and that they belong. This ethos led Mark to establish and lead a community youth group in his area. By providing guidance and encouragement, this group works to empower 14 and 15-year-olds to develop confidence and leadership skills. He has served as the chairperson of his local parish pastoral council, where the work of a team of volunteers in promoting sustainability earned the parish a Gold Eco-Aware Award. The DCU Futures ethos is fundamentally reimagining how we educate and providing a new array of possibilities within the undergraduate experience. Ultimately, it is about agency and authenticity, fostering and encouraging students' strengths and talents, allowing them to be the best version of themselves. Today, we are recognising Mark's continued impact in DCU as a wonderful example of our future's values. His openness to new experience, his positivity, his kindness, and willingness to share with others, his determination to enhance his own and others' experience, his ethics, and his strong vision to succeed.
Congratulations, Mark. Well done. Anish, Tuairi Gugthron Ulskol Carvalho Chlia and Tullav Dara Kyo Aishk. The President of Dublin City University, Professor Dara Kyo, will now make his address.
Well done, Mark. That was fantastic. Having to follow a CV or a resume like that is very, very challenging. But and I can also hear the title of Dr. Amuni's thesis in my head as well. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? We're nearly there. There's just me and between you and the reception outside, so I'll keep it moving. Look, it's fantastic to have everybody here. Just the joy, the warmth, the atmosphere in the room. It's really, really inspiring. And today, I suppose, the graduation is important for us because it's a chance for us to celebrate not just the success of the students, but in celebrating their success, we celebrate our purpose, which is, as the citation for Mark said, enabling our students to become the very best version of themselves, to develop them, to build them up, and to send them out and to change the world. The joy that you feel, we can see on this side of the table. We can see it in your pride, but we can also see it in the students as they levitate across the platform with their kind of bright eyes and the broad smiles and the high heels. And it's a kind of it's a mystery to me how they can coordinate the whole thing, how they can walk, they can talk, they can smile, they can shake hands, they can take the parchment, they can keep the hat on, and they can wink at you. And that's and that's the lads. But it is fantastic. The anthem that you'll hear again when I finish up, that you heard when we arrived, and all the stirring of the drums and the stage will reverberate. The words are there in the booklet, but it's about the thread of destiny. On one level it's very inspiring, but at another level it suggests there's something inevitable about graduating, which isn't the case. It's not even inevitable for people to go to university. Some of you started here really against the odds, and many of you have graduated in very kind of challenging circumstances. And life gets in the way for people. There's jobs, there's work, see Patrick even brought his prop across, that baby that got a massive round of applause. Life gets in the way. Life complicates things, and still our class have got here, particularly the postgraduate students who are working and have families and so on. So it is very complicated. The main point is that all of you have graduated. that you're now graduates of DCU. It's a fantastic day for yourselves, for us, and for your family. But in that kind of great Irish tradition, can I ask you please, just the graduates, just to give yourselves a massive round of applause. Now, I did that really with a purpose in mind. You can listen to the decibels there, the level of their own self-satisfaction. And just to remind you that study is not a solitary pursuit, but study is the ultimate team sport that involves everybody. You wouldn't have made it without the support of your backroom team, your parents, your guardians, your partners, your family, your children and your friends. And these folk that are dispersed around us and up here behind, these are the people who supported you. They're the people who listened to you. They're the people who loved you. They're the people who revoluted you to this point. So can I ask the graduates, please, that you've clapped yourself, but to do kind of even more to thank your family and friends. Well done. That was really, really nice. I could feel the appreciation, but what will really bring it home even more is when you pick up the tab at dinner tonight. No, I mean that. That's the tradition. When I was in the outside in the foyer in the Helix, a number of families came through, and there's always a small number of families here of people who are missing somebody special. And today for them is tinged with a bit of sadness. So we'll just pause for a moment and think of absent people who should have been with us today, who would have enjoyed today so very much. I'd also like to thank our wonderful staff here arrayed in the kind of multicoloured spectre behind me. Not just the academics, but our professional staff as well. People in every function across the university whose purpose is your success. They spring out of bed. They don't put on this superhero gear every day, but spring out of bed every day to work towards your success. It's a special day for them as well, and I know that you feel grateful. I'd also like to thank all the people who made this party possible today for us. The events team, our colleagues in registry and alumni, the Helix staff, the estates, the volunteers here, the student ambassadors. So can I ask you to give a big round of applause to all the DCU folk who made it. I suppose the ultimate quality assurance in any organisation is when people buy the product, when people buy the product themselves. We have a learning culture here, and we encourage our staff to learn as well. I'm very proud of staff who have graduated today. I know there are several, but I certainly spotted Dr. Karen Devine pass across in future. So congratulations to Karen and our colleagues. Congratulations again to Mark on his achievement and the confidence we have in all that he will do. As graduates today, you can be very proud to be graduates of DCU, a university recognised as one of Europe's kind of leading innovative institutions. We've a lot to celebrate today. The impact of the university is enormous, and the mix of the subjects, the mix of the graduating programmes today is an indication of the way in which the university changes things in so many aspects of life. The interdisciplinarity is a characteristic of the university, and it's great to see students graduating in education, in humanities, in the sciences, in languages, all of those kind of mixed together for maximum effect. And that, I suppose, impact of the university, the potential and the rise of the university was recognised last week when DCU was recognised amongst the top 350 universities of the 25,000 universities in the world. The top 350. That's an achievement we can be very proud of. My kids give me always great advice for events like today, and my daughter says to me today, now, don't even try to be trendy, she says. Don't even you imagine, what 21st century people think about. Don't even dream of saying 6, 7. So I'm not going to do any of that today. But what I am going to tell you is just between yourself and myself, we were actually 308 in the world, which is fantastic. We were also ranked number 1 for research quality. Now, I'm telling you all that not to boast. It's just to remind you that the graduates and the reputation of the graduates contribute to the rankings. So don't ruin that. Don't ruin that. I don't want to get up here next year and start making excuses that last year's crowd let us down. Okay. So keep the show moving. Our biggest pride, obviously, is in yourselves. It's the graduates. We say that our mission is to transform lives and societies. That's our purpose. That's what we do. And we do that in different ways. We probably, in terms of our side of the table, we do it in the labs, we do it in the lecture theatres, we do it in the library, the playing fields and so on. The really big impact is made on your side by the 120,000 graduates that Ross spoke about, who in your daily lives transform the world. And that's when you leave here today, you begin that process. Now, I don't have to tell you that you're graduating at a time of immense change and global challenges. As a historian, I hate when people talk about kind of unprecedented times, because at one level there is nothing new under the sun. And there's a lot happening. And 100 years ago, in Juno and the Paycock, you'll remember that Captain Boyle, one of O'Casey's characters, says about how the world is in a state of chassis, he says, a state of chassis. But we certainly find ourselves now in a state of chassis. From fires to floods to droughts to storm, every year we can see more and more clearly the impact of global warming on our fragile planet. In the Middle East, we have peace, a fragile peace for now, but having witnessed the horror in the region with the place literally reduced to hell for the last 2 years, let us hope that this peace will bring permanent and lasting peace to the people of Palestine, and that can be agreed by all sides. There's conflict in Sudan and places too many to mention. And closer to home, the Ukrainian war again threatens the stability of Europe itself. In our democracies, right across the West, we've swung to the right. Populism, extremism, and even here in Ireland, the so-called Ireland of the welcomes, we see a horrible rise in kind of racism in our communities. We face economic threats too from tariffs and global kind of uncertainty, and the jury is still out about the potential impact of artificial intelligence on all aspects of life, even universities ourselves. Now, I'm saying all of this not to depress you, although I can see on that woman's lips down there, she's saying, Jesus, you're doing your best. Look, I am not trying to depress you. On the contrary, I'm trying to encourage you. And above all, I just want to remind you of the two great dangers in life. On the one hand, you can drift to complacency, that kind of a sense that there's nothing you can do, so let it kind of play out itself. And then despondency is even worse. It's a bit like kind of Eeyore, the donkey that sees a kind of a dead end at the end of every turn. It's our attitude that will determine so much in the world. It's your attitude that will determine what the future will look like. And I think there's something in the DCU DNA, and we tell ourselves that. This is not a love-in, by the way. This is scientific here. There's something in the DCU DNA that's positive, that's optimistic. And I think that comes from the origin, the story of the university, that we were founded here in the 1970s, a period of, again, unprecedented crisis. It comes, I think, too, from the personality and the character of this place. The North Side is special. And that north side attitude, even for Southsiders who came here to be improved, and I say that as a Southsider myself. I'd have come here myself, but I didn't get the points. But it is important, that attitude. It's the people piece that's the heart of our curriculum that Blonid spoke so eloquently about. And we hear it from our graduates. They tell us the same about DCU graduates. What they tell us is, they tell us that you're energetic, you're technically skilled, you're team players, you're rounded and grounded is what we hear again and again. You roll up your sleeves, you get on with it, and most importantly, they tell us that you are void of entitlement. And entitlement, I think, is the most destructive attitude in any group. And that's what we're proud of, that there is no sense of entitlement, that you will go out here knowing that you have to work to make a difference, to change this life. And that's important. And if there's any doubt that you don't have it in your capacity to change the world, just look at the range of degrees awarded today. Look at the range of our research topics from our superheroes here in the red. Just think about students who've dedicated their time, their talent, their resources to tackle the greatest challenges of our time. So the problems, whether they're conflict, whether they're climate, whether they're crumbling communities, all of those are man-made problems. And just as they're made by men, they can be reversed and corrected by men and women like yourselves. I hope that your time here has prepared you to meet that challenge. And none of my children are here, so I'll revert to TikTok talk for a moment. So the question, folks, is not who's going to let you. The question is who can stop you. Change the world. Congratulations.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession, and when this begins, I'd ask those who can to stand and remain standing until it is left. Sin deire le seamus chugaram na hallscoile, tá mí dá buíochtaíomh as ucht por bheith láthirlín. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you will all now join academics and graduates for refreshments and really enjoy the rest of the special evening.